uh, all the classes, all the stuff he's done. So I love to see Kerry type in that way. But if you're listening to me, you're making money. If anybody's listening to me and losing money, you need to start studying because I mean, goodness gracious, the State of the Union last night, if you think about it, was exactly what we thought. It was put a positive light on U.S. and there's no other way to take it. And then when you watch the market this morning in TNT, as Chuck had mentioned, I posted a couple stocks and a couple things that people could have made some money on. And then, but this morning's opening was strong. And, we knew we were going to have resistance, okay? You knew we were going to have resistance at the old February high, which was 69.38, okay? 69.38. It went to 69.50. So you knew that was where the resistance was going to be. And, it doesn't just bust through that kind of resistance. The monthly open that way. We went up to 69.49. Markets corrected a little bit, and that's okay because I think there's a big opportunity as this day unfolds. But we'll see. Got to read the numbers to see that. Gold and silver had an early move this morning. In fact, GDX popped off about 1250. I think it was as high 1250, and that came up from like 109. That's a heck of a move. But what I'd like to do is set out today for you our goals. Our goals for me to find four trades over the course of the day. You got to hang with me to get those trades. It's going to cost you if you sign off, okay? And I think that it's very important that I'm going to find four opportunities today. How does that sound to everybody? Four opportunities, okay? If you have four opportunities, I don't know when they're going to occur because I'm sitting here looking at the market. Wait, I got a whole list of things to see if they set up. And I think that when that happens, you got to decide. Here's what you got to decide, okay? You've got to decide how much money if you're going to take the trades. No one trade. If you think about this, let's just say we're going to put $2,000 on each trade. That'd be $8,000 you'd have to have in your account to take the trades, correct? Everybody follow the math there? 8,000, two for every four trade I make, right? Now I'm not going to lose 8,000, not unless a disaster occurs. The idea is to find an opportunity for you with a $2,000 stake. Does everybody understand that logic? Four of them. So we're going to commit 8,000. Now, if you can't do 8,000, multiply it times. Here's what you got to multiply it times. Whatever amount you want to risk. If it's $100, then you need $400. Everybody see how that works? Everybody can be the same. You can have a different pocketbook to allocate this money. Does everybody understand that? You got to understand that concept. Okay? If you don't have, if you got less than $400, you probably ought to be studying. Okay? Right? That's what you should be doing. Okay? So I think that we got to get that as a ground rule. I'm going to try to find four opportunities if things set up. That's my goal. I'm not surprised the market went to that monthly open, 69.38. I'm not surprised it went there and ran into resistance. That's not a surprise for me. It wouldn't be a surprise for you if you studied the DTI method. If we get through that number, then the numbers will be up. Let me give you what you'd expect if we get through 69.50 today. You can expect. Let
Can
me
I
finish,
interrupt real
Chuck.
quick?
No, let me finish. Uh, Even if he's up 0.43%, I would expect it to be up over 1% if we get through that. The Nasdaq's up one. I would expect it to be about 1.5 to 1.75. All right, go on, Chuck. Sorry, go on and go. You got something?
Yeah, we got to do a little housekeeping here. DTItrader.com/Telegram. Welcome into the YouTube group. And this is the important part. This is why I wanted to interrupt because I know you were talking about markets. And whenever we talk about markets, we have to have this on the screen, right? We got to make sure this is clear. There is a very high degree of risk involved in trading. Now, if you've been following along with Tom, you know that he manages risk pretty well, but we should say that past performance is not indicative of future results. So every decision you make, consider your own risk, make decisions at your uh basically it's going to be on you, right? So we want to get that out there, got to make sure that's clear. Let's get to the next thing. We got a few big things coming up. Nvidia earnings. Tom already mentioned winds of war. We got PPI coming up tomorrow. How are the tariffs going to look after SCOTUS? Well, in the State of the Union, we heard a little bit about that, but also post State of the Union, what does that market look like? We're looking at that this morning. Tom took full advantage of that, as I mentioned. You go into TNT, you look at some of those messages that popped up. I mentioned the ES buy signal, the NVIDIA early buy signal, GDX early buy signal, all coming out. What was that, Tom? About 3, 4 hours before the market opened this morning?
Yeah, and I've been following it all day yesterday, so it's not like it happened, this morning. I've picked out, I try to find 5 stocks that I can make money off of each and every day. And I never know which one of those is going to be the star, but typically if I put it in the first slot, meaning the first one I post, that's the best that I think I got starting today. Now, NVIDIA's got earnings after the close. So you got to figure there's a lot of risk in NVIDIA, but I think if you hit it early like I did this morning, then you're sitting there with money in the bank while everybody else is sitting there wondering what to do.
Playing with the little premium, that's always the best way to get
Yeah.
started. So we,
Go back. I want to say make a big point here.
all right.
Notice he's got winds of war, U.S. Iran tensions. I think this could be a problem closing out the week. That's my gut. I don't have any numbers to justify that, but it wouldn't surprise me for that to happen pretty quick if they don't come to an agreement. Now, the market will tell us whether they're going to come to agreement or not by watching Friday's second half of the day. But if you're smart, I think you've got to think anyway that maybe it would be good to pull things in. Does everybody understand what I'm saying by pulling things in? You're pulling in to avoid big trend changes that happens with options. Stocks a little different, but with options, you got to be careful. Okay, to make money with options is an art. Well, make money with stocks is an art, but you've got to be an expert painter to be able to make money with options because they're here and then they're gone. And everybody knows what I'm talking about. They're here and then they're gone. And that's why options take people's money. And as a general rule, when I go with options, okay, what I do when I go with options, I will go for a 20 to 40% target zone with options. And 20 to 40%, I'm happy to make 20%, but if I get 40, that's even better. I typically, with the options I'm trading, maybe long-term positions a little different, I typically will not hang in there because I know that my biggest disadvantage with options versus stock, for example, is that premium starts coming out. And now with the big cap stocks like Apple, Nvidia, and stocks like that, they have 3 expirations a week. I've got a whole program there that I'm putting together to show you how to really ride them high, so to be. So that's something to look forward to. I had time to put it together where I could teach it. So I've been trading, okay? With options. And on Thursday, every stock that has options on weekly expires the next day. So you can use the same thing for all those stocks. The problem is you got to have liquidity, in my estimation, to make it work. And we'll talk more about that. And I'll show you a couple things today. I'm gonna be with you. I got a lot to teach, a lot to trade. But my goal is to have four, that's right, 4 days, four trades today, and give you those 4 trades to grow your account. That's my goal. Everybody understand our goal? And you got to set the dollar amount for each of those 4 trades. I have my dollar amount, you'll have yours, it might be totally different. Okay? Everybody has to control that. Now, let's talk about, I want to review my probing. You know, I've talked about it in my book, Went Into Day Trading Game, but I want to review the way I do it. Let's say that I'm hot on NVIDIA. I mean, really hot like I was this morning. And I pick an option on NVIDIA to buy. Okay? I want you to think about this. So I enter NVIDIA. And now NVIDIA today, the opening price today was $194. $194, the opening price. And that it opened at 8:30. That's the first time that you can enter options on NVIDIA. Typically, I will wait about 10 minutes for that 10-minute shuffle there. That's just technique. And then I start probing the market. So let's say I'm going to put 10,000 in NVIDIA. How much would I put on an option, or how many options would I buy if it was at $1 on that first position? How many would I buy if I was going to put 10,000 on NVIDIA? It's one of my 4 trades. How many contracts would I buy at $1? 50, right. I would buy 50 options, okay? And so I got 5,000 exposed. Everybody understand, right? Now, the next thing I wait for is for the market to prove me out and say, hey, Tom, you're right on NVIDIA. If I pay $1, and here's where the art comes in. If I pay $1 and that dollar option goes to $1.20, do I want to buy that second half? Give me a yes or no. I want you to understand the process. Do I want to buy that second half if it's already at $1.20 by the time I get the first reference bar? No, I don't want to buy it at $1.20 because my base core position I got in at $1, it's up 20%. Do the math. $1 to $1.20 is 20%, correct? Everybody got it? And that could be, if it was a $3 option, it'd be $3.60. Learn the math. 20%. That's my target. Why do I want to go load it up at this reference bar 3? Now, I might consider adding it during Genesis or another reference bar, okay? But I'm not going to load it up if I've already surged to where I start thinking about taking profit. Now, let's say that I only got half of my position, 5,000, and it goes to 125. You think it might be smart for me to sell a few in my target zone and reload my gun? Yes or no? Is everybody following the math here? Okay. So let's say that I had 50 contracts and I sold half of them. Now I got 1/4 of my position I want to have. And let's say I got to know when to go again, correct? Well, I got a good number, don't I? The number I have for NVIDIA today, let me give it to you, is 196.37. That's right, 196.37. That means it's making a new high, and we're going to go to higher level. Everybody say I did that? Put a little time, then I can start probing it again. Anyway, that's just a thought on a stock like that. Or I may never add to the trade. I might be happy making $2,000 on NVIDIA and say, I'm done. This is just technique I'm talking about. Now, if I'm confusing you, it means you need to do some study. This is what you've got to get to be successful trading options. You've got to understand everything I covered. So in summary, you got to find the stocks that are going to pay you, number one. Number two, they got to be liquid stocks that are going to pay you with liquid options. And number three, you got to have a strategy that falls into your risk profile of taking these trades. And then finally, the earliest you can get in or should get in is about 9:40. Now remember, I wanted to take 20% on any ticker I chose, correct? And that's exactly my target zone. Does that help everybody understand the art of probing? Mike, if you stay with the stocks I go with, that solves the problem. I don't do illiquid options. And we'll get into that. We'll teach you what to look for. Is that fair enough? You got some patience? Now, folks, I want to ask the question. Why did we develop the roadmap software? Give me your answer. Why do you think I developed my own software years ago to keep up with all this stuff you got to know to make a good decision? Carol's got it right. The trade to win is right. And I didn't want to do it manually, even though I still do some things manually just to remember things. But here is what the roadmap looks like right now. Notice it's ran into resistance up here, and we got to work through that, okay? But it's not falling away, okay? Not falling away. It looks fairly decent to me if I look at it. Now, I'm going to come back right here, John. This is a good time to break. Let's go to a live market. Let's go to a live market.
Okay. Yeah, this is a live roadmap. Looks real similar to what we just showed in the slide, Tom, but we can focus in on individual features.
Yeah, let's go through, if we can, what I do all the time. I call it the seven sisters. Notice the E-mini right now, that's ES, the futures, is about midpoint. If you go check the SPY out, it'll be about midpoint too, okay? Now let's go to the NASDAQ.
And midpoint of the reference bar is what, Tom, you're referring to, I would assume, right?
Yeah, right, exactly.
Okay.
That orange line is about the midpoint, okay? Now let's go to the NASDAQ.
Okay. I'll draw the same orange line, Tom.
Yeah, draw the line. So the NASDAQ's a little stronger than the SPY, right? Everybody see that? Okay. Let's look at the Dow. Now, I can just look at that chart and you had a negative reference bar. The other two didn't. The Dow came down and we're way below the midpoint. Everybody see that on the Dow or Diamond. If you want to check the Dow or Diamond, it's a little bit below right now, okay? But if you notice that penetration there into the sell zone, that could be a buy signal later on today. That's called a sell failure. If you get higher than this bar we're in now or the one before it, then you're going to get a turnaround in the Dow. That's what it tells me when I look at the Dow. Let's look at crude oil. Sort of in the lower half, not doing a whole lot, okay? I'd look for crude oil to stay a little strong going into the weekend with winds of war they're playing that tune. This is gold. Let's look at gold. And Jonathan, for gold, let's look at, if we can, a daily. Look at a daily on gold. Okay. Let's look at silver. Okay. Hey, Jonathan, on silver, I need you, was that 91? Let me know if it goes above 91.46. 91.46.
91.46, May silver.
No,
Okay.
hold it. That's 90. I said it wrong. Where's silver at right now? 91?
I'm looking at May silver at 91. Yeah.
Yeah, 91.46 then. Let me know if it gets above that.
Okay.
Okay, and bonds. Let's look at bonds. Got to look at bonds. Got interest rates falling to see what bonds are doing on a daily.
I rolled over to June today. June bonds. That's the daily. And I need to fix the, hang on just a second, Tom. Let's go to half 30 seconds. There we go. That's accurate there.
Sort of consolidating, but we need to take out that red high that broke the uptrend. Point that top two out. Yeah. Everybody see that? That's what you got to take out to go long bonds. What's that? 17 point, Jonathan?
17.28 and then 118, excuse me, 118.03. 118.03.
Is the high or is that the high?
High of the, yeah, high of the red bar, and then the high is 118.12.
It might be a play in bonds later on. Okay. All right. So let's go, if we can. We did that. Let's look at things that have good liquidity. Let's look at the QQQ next.
You want a daily or 30 for all these?
Let's go 30 now. QQQ.
Okay. QQQ.
Okay, so if you look at the QQQ, when the E-mini got to that 69.38 number, the QQQ started pulling back. Does everybody see that? Okay. What that means to me is you got to give it a little bit more time. Okay. All right, go to the SPY. And the SPY is down near its lows. What's that? We're 32. So we pulled back about 18 points on the future. So that's about right. So you got to give it a little bit more time. Okay. On the SPY. Let's look at GDX. GDX. That 112.50. Let me know at 112.50. Let's look at GLD. Another goal. GLD. Okay. Let's look at SLV. Okay. How about, if we can, look at AG? Okay. Let's look at TQQ. What I'm doing, folks, is I'm putting potential trades in here to see where they are in the cycle, looking at 30 minutes, okay? Jonathan sent me an alert on the TQQ at 51.67.
51.67 TQQQ.
Okay. All right. Let's see if I can find. TLT, do we put TLT in there? That's a bond play. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. TLT. Perfect. Okay. All right. I got enough to get me started. Put NVIDIA in there since they got earnings after the close. What's that high on NVIDIA?
Today's high is 196.56.
Okay. NVIDIA's close to breaking out, isn't it? Right prior to earnings. That would be fun. Okay. The next thing I want to do, Jonathan, bring up the money maker. And the money maker is a way to equate the market. And I'm going to give them some numbers. 69.50 is today's high. Put that in there. And 69.02 was the yearly open. Put that down as a sell. Okay. Does everybody see these numbers he's got across the top? Those are the breakout numbers for these stocks. Notice NVIDIA's is 96.68, right? This is 96.20. Okay. MU is 436. Tesla is 416. Apple is 274. Does everybody understand how this moneymaker works? I know that 69.50 was the day's high. I want you to take the logic. It was the day's high. So if we get higher than on the QQQ or the SPY, those two numbers, I could do a trade on those. Does everybody understand that? Tell me you understand that. What I'm doing is using tools to show people the power of the roadmap. I don't trade without it, and you shouldn't either. Let me ask you a simple question. John, let's do a poll. Ask people if they could learn to be 67% to 80% accurate using the roadmap. They'd rather do that as opposed to any other thing else out there. Sean, that's fine. I'm just relating futures to the stock market because most people are trading the stock market. If you know the futures, you can make better money. So Jonathan's going to put a poll together and get y'all to answer it. So let me know what you're thinking. Okay, does 67 to 80% accurate sound good? Considering most people are about 30% accurate. So comparing to being, y'all understand if your accuracy goes up, your risk goes down. Does everybody understand that parallel? Okay. It sure beats flipping a coin, right, Bob? Okay. And John, let me know when we can see how many people agree with what I just said. Now, a lot of you are roadmap holders. You already know the answer. But if you're new and everything, it'd be good. Well, look at that, Jonathan. We got a smart crowd here. 100% of people get it. That's a big statement. 100% get it. Okay? Now, let me stop for a second. Let's review everything I've covered right now where people have sort of an outline of what I covered. Can you go back to the slide and let me give me a blank slide? Okay.
Oh, yeah, sure. Let's see.
What I'm trying to do, I got all different types of traders in here. What I'm trying to do is sort of give you an outline. Is that a good way for you to learn this? Okay. The first thing I covered this morning is set a goal, right? That was the first thing I said. Let's set a goal. My goal is 20% on any option play I make. You have different goals than me, but I'm just going to tell you what I do. My goal is 20 to 40% on an option play. How are you going to get there? Number two, here's how you're going to get there. You're going to divide. If I tell you we're going to do 4 trades and you want to play all 4, you're going to set level bets for all 4. If you want to take all 4, you have to decide that. It could be different dollar amounts. That's what I mean by level bets. Okay. Now that once we got that on the table, we say to ourselves, how are we going to know what to buy? Well, you got to know there's a number 1 rule in trading, especially short-term trading. 75% of all stocks follow the S&P. And I already told you that if the S&P takes out 50, it's time to trade, didn't I? Right? Okay, that's during this RB3 reference bar we're talking. Okay, you might put parentheses RB3. Okay? And so you go through looking at stocks on the roadmap compass and see their current position. For example, NVIDIA's current position. Okay? Secondly, you learn about the reference bars, and Jonathan put the link in there where people that are new could read that and it wouldn't be Greek to them, you know?
On the way.
And we got a whole video or 2 to teach you that. We'll give that to you. But the white papers is a good way to familiarize yourself and are a good review for you as a trader. Okay? Now, the next step, let's go back to the market and look at how do you know when it's time to add to a probe, okay, off RB3. Let's go to RB3, or go back to, let's look at, why don't we look at NVIDIA? That'd be a good example. Go to NVIDIA.
A live 30-minute chart of NVIDIA is on the way. Looking good.
Okay. NVIDIA is looking real good. And once it takes out 196.50 area, then NVIDIA is going to head to the target. What's the target on the roadmap? Circle that and let them know.
Tells us right over here in the metrics, about 199.
I'd say that'd be a good day. How many people would love to own NVIDIA options and it make it to 199 today before the earnings? I'm not saying it's going to happen. All I'm telling you, that's the way the setup is. All right, let's look at also the QQQ. $615.66 is this breakout number, right? On RB3. Now, by the way, just to keep in mind, and this is something you ought to look for. See the high of the bar prior to this one, that red bar? What's that high right there?
615.45.
Currently, at this time of day at 11:08, if you take out the high of that bar, then you've got a marked low, and you don't have to wait for it to take out the high then if you want to probe it. Does everybody understand what I'm talking about on the QQQ? Let's look at GDX. I'll show you what I'm talking about. Go to GDX. Now, GDX, if you look at it, is trying to make a new high over RB3, correct? What's RB3's high, Jonathan?
About 112.30.
Yeah, 112.30. So But notice that the current bar, and circle the red bar, the current bar, this is how you see a turnaround coming. If you see that current bar compared to the preceding bar, are you in the top half of that bar? Okay. So you're starting to get a turn. You're starting to get a turnaround is what I'm saying. Okay. So if you understand those comparisons, you got your main bar, your reference bar sort of setting your foundation for this time of day. Now you got two other bars to judge whether or not market's going up or down, right? And so put the QQQ back in there. Notice how the QQQ had a big bar. Everybody see that big bar there? Threw it into the buy area. And then the second bar was right at the top. And then we started correcting. Y'all see that's called a correcting long bar. Okay. And so once it takes out that high, we go higher. Okay. And to know how high it's going to go, you take the low of the day of the QQQ. I'll give it to you. It's 611, and you got a 10-point ATR. So if I add 611 and 10 points, it takes me to 621 if we really get hot this afternoon. Okay. And I think that's a possibility to get hot. Okay. All right. So let's go back. Let's go back and let me go through the roadmap. And I'm getting ready to make my first trade, but I want to give everybody an opportunity. Let's go back to our slides. Does everybody understand why I want people to understand the power roadmap? I'm just showing you a glimpse of the roadmap. Let's go to our slides, Jonathan, on the roadmap.
Yeah, we got a few time. It'll cycle through over the main features we've looked at today, and then
yeah, this is the custom page. That RB open tells me the current reference bar. So in that case, E-mini is higher in that case. TLT is higher in that case. Bonds are higher. This is an early look. Notice silver, though, 90.45 versus 90.95 is lower, even though it's up for today. Helps you on time. But notice gold is higher. Gold is stronger than silver today. Therefore, I'll probably lean towards GDX as a trade. Okay. All right. Average true range over on the metrics page tells you how far these things should move each day. RB open for daily high and low gives you a target zone. Key opens for the bigger picture is the year open, the month open, the week open, and it gives you all that stuff there in the roadmap. You don't have to go look it up. You can do it at a glance for any ticker. Plus, we have proprietary buy and sell zones. Now, I'm going to teach you, if I was going to get into the roadmap for the first time, the first thing I would say, hey, Tom, how can I make some money with it real fast before I learn all the features? I would say learn 4 signals. The buy signal. Notice it has a penetration bar into the yellow area, confirmed by the other bar, that market goes higher. Very simple, but that's the picture you're looking for to go long. That's one signal. Now, this is what you're looking for if the market fails. I think we had this on Monday, but it goes into the buy area and then you break, looks like about an hour later, we broke below the reference bar. That's a buy failure. Typically goes to the target on the other side. How valuable is that? You don't think that won't save you a fortune? All right. And then, of course, the simple sell signal where it goes into the sell area and confirms, goes to the target or lower. That's 3 signals. How many people can memorize those 3? I got to ask one more favor. Memorize the 4th one. And this is the one that I would really focus on, called a sell failure. This happens a lot in the morning where the market opens down and then eventually goes higher than that reference bar, and we end up going higher for the day. Those are the big moves with the roadmap. So 4 signals, you got to memorize that. If you memorize those 4 signals and take my little short course I got on reading charts, which takes about 10 minutes, you know where to be long, short, or out. How valuable is that? Pretty cool. All right.
And Tom, NVIDIA just went above made new high today, 196.56.
Yep, sure it is. And we'll talk about that in a second. Now let's look at the ETR line and take my Magic 5 and TNT and see which of these stocks are still hot now.
This was taken a moment ago, so
why don't you do this? Why don't you put the stocks I put in TNT in a live market and let them see which ones are hot now?
Sounds good. 1 second.
Is this helping everybody learn and appreciate the roadmap software, what I'm doing? I mean, I'm taking time here to teach you and show you this stuff, okay? Look at it, look at NVIDIA, look at the SPY, and look at GDX. That's 2 possible trades I'll be considering, okay? Now let's go back to the slide. The beautiful thing about the roadmap software, once you get it, all this stuff that you read, all this other stuff, go to the roadmap, it gives you the answer. It's got so much stuff. Works around the clock whenever the markets are open, keeps track of all tickers plus futures. So you got everything inside the roadmap. Helps me target, the money maker helps me target key stocks. Now, notice gold, 475.62. Gold's at 477 right now. So I'm going to go to GDX. This is my first trade, okay? The trade tracker is another feature I use over the weekend to find out where I'm going. So I did all this stuff over the weekend to be prepared, but it gives you key information. It tells me the monthly open. Remember that 69.38 I was telling you? It's right there on the trade tracker. We're not hiding it from anybody. That's where resistance is. Then, of course, I've got the 3-day high, the 3-day low. This is the algo that we put together. Once it gets above 70.27, don't wait for me to tell you to get long. And then the weekly high, 69.30. We're higher than the week high on Monday right now. So it's basically telling you the market is set up to go higher. That's the trade tracker. Great feature inside the roadmap. Moneymaker, trade track, ETR, all those are features you'll learn right away, okay? And we have scanners that lead us to where to find stocks that are setting up if we need stock ideas. This is my favorite. We've got many scanners inside the roadmap, but I got to tell you, I like the high noon scanner. That's my favorite, okay? Maybe it's because it's one of the first. Now, the price of the roadmap is increasing to 2,500. A fair price for the roadmap with everything it does and the new features coming. It's just great, okay? So, if you want to join me in the roadmap, we have training twice a week. You can get it today for $9.97. Let's give everybody 8 minutes to make a decision on this price if they want to do it. or they can call 904-706-3532. DTItrader.com/roadmap. If you got any questions at all, what you can do is put your name, email, and phone number in there. We'll get an answer. I tried to get you to the meet because I'm about ready to make you some money. Jonathan put a clock up for, give me 7 minutes. We'll come back, do our first trade of the morning.
Okay, 7 minutes.
Seven minutes. So get it bought if you want to buy it. This is a test of intelligence. If you don't have the roadmap, you got to buy it. You got to say, I'm in. That tells me you're a smart person. Hey, Marianne, are you here this morning, Marianne? And that's Jim, you're here too. Jim, put your number in here. I'm going to call and give you a special invitation if you're here. Marianne and Jim. Yeah, I know, Jim. I got it. I'm going to call you anyway. 925-548. Oh, I won't read the last. I'm sorry. Jim's in our medallion program. I want to talk to him about something else that might be interesting. I'll call him personally. Joseph, the training session, Jonathan usually does it on Tuesday and Thursday. I hope I gave everybody that doesn't have the roadmap a good enough overview to allow you to see the power of this software we've had for 25 years with all the updates and everything. I mean, it's amazing what you can do with the roadmap, okay? Amazing. Okay, let's trade. Y'all ready to trade? All right, the first trade we're going to do is on GDX. Jonathan showing the roadmap chart on GDX. Be trade number one. It's breaking out. So Jonathan, let's go find a March 27th call spread. Let's do a spread. Unless y'all really want to be, well, we'll look at two options here, but let's do a spread. A comfortable spread would be a GDX 3-wide spread, Jonathan. Find me one somewhere around $1.
You wanted to go out about 30 days, the monthly or the last week of the month?
I want to do the GDX. I thought it was the 27th.
27th, yeah. 30 days out, last expiration of the month of March, that is.
Okay.
3-wide spread.
About $1.
Okay.
Not showing how you find it on use Tasty Trade on that platform.
Yeah, I went to GDX up top, of course. Went to the March 27th expiration. I just built the initial 3-wide at the money, 113, 116. That costs too much, though. We want it down to about $1. So this platform's pretty neat. I'm just going to bump the strikes down on the little trade ticket down there until I find one priced at $1. And it looks like you got a choice. Probably this one here, Tom, but have to use a limit. 117, 120. A little wide, you can see. 25 bid.
What is it, 117, 120?
Yeah, very wide between the bid and the ask. But if I look at the 1619, it's midpoint $1.08. And if I look at the 1821, it's 92. So a true dollar, you might be able to get to 1720 for $1 if.
I tell you what, Jonathan, I'm okay paying $1.15 for the 117, 120.
Well, hang on. You might be able to get the 116, 119 for $1.15.
Really? Let me check.
Yeah, $1.15. A little hard to tell because the bid ask is so wide, but
Just saying 150. Let's try the 116, 119 for $1.15. Let me put it in and see what it's telling me. I got it filled at $1.15. There you go. 116, 119. Good call, Jonathan. Now, why am I buying GDX? The stock is going up. It fits all the criteria, and we should be able to make money. So if we pay $1.15 and we don't want to day trade, you got to set your order in tomorrow. But if you don't mind day trading, Jonathan, what's 20% paying $1.15?
$1.15 times 1.2 will be $1.38.
$1.38. Let's go at $1.34 then. I'll set mine in. Forget about it. Now again, this is a level bet, and I'm gonna set it in there at $1.34. Good to cancel.
Are we tracking these in TNT, Tom?
Do what?
Will we track these trades in TNT?
Yeah, we'll track these trades all in TNT. So my order set, good to cancel. I'm gonna take roughly $1,000 and round the base. It's a safe. I think this is a good safe trade to kick off the marathon trading. Now, how did I come to that decision? I looked at the roadmap. I looked at what was available. I went out 30 days with the option and did that. Now, let's go and see if we want a speed run. Y'all want a speed run one? I mean, this is for people that can day trade. Y'all want a speed run one? You tell me yes or no if you do. All right. This is a speed run. This is where you don't spread it, but you just buy one that you're going to hold for today. And the one that's a March 16th option is 231 to 270. So you got to go in at a limit. I'd go in at 245, and that's a delta of 33. Correct?
Okay, March the 13th. Still GDX, correct? Still GDX.
Yeah, we'll stay with GDX on this one.
March 13th.
Call this 1A. Okay. This is 1A. Trade 1A.
March 13th, the 119 call has a delta of 32.33, and you were paying how much?
Yeah, I would say I'd pay 245 and work it there, okay? Because it's a 33 delta, correct? A 33 delta means if it goes up $1 from here, 13.55, I make 33 cents. I can pay 245 and sell it at 274 maybe today. This is more like a day trade, okay? Not a spread, but a day trade. Now, what happens if I'm wrong? Because you can be wrong, right? Very simple. If I don't hit my objective today, paying 245, getting out at 273, what did I do? Very simple. I get to 2 o'clock today and I don't want to take a profit less than that. Okay. Then what I do is I will spread this, the 119 with the 122 spread and stay in another day. That's my backup plan if it doesn't go up. Everybody understand that? This is a straight call that I'm going to flip into a spread if I don't make my bones by 2 o'clock. And I'll be with you at 2, so I'll tell you what I'm doing. This is called we call it 1B.
Well, I was going to ask you, is this a bonus or is this trade two?
I'm just showing people the flexibility you can have. Mike, you just got, if you can't do a day trade, what you have to do, once it hits 273, is sell that 1-3 up. And that's not a day trade. You open in 2 positions. So you can do it that way. Okay. In other words, get up 30 something cents and then sell the $3 up. You're fine doing that. Joseph, what does work it mean? I know you're not getting filled at 245, but what does work it mean? Remember, this is our second trade. We got one on it already, but what does work it mean? Work it means watch and see. David went on and paid 250. You got that choice. That's pretty aggressive. That's okay. I'd give it about an hour. All right. I've given you a lot, hadn't I? Jonathan put the roadmap where they can sign up for the roadmap, and then we'll come back. Let's give everybody that doesn't need the roadmap. Are y'all enjoying what I'm doing here in Marathon? You got to tell me. Is this what you want? You got to tell me. I can do anything you want to do, but this is what I'd want if I was trying to make some money and learn at the same time. All right, let's put it, Jonathan, why don't we take, it's 11:37. We just started Genesis. Why don't we John, where you want to come back in 10 minutes? Buck says 15 or 20. Y'all mind waiting 15 minutes? Everybody walk around and think about everything I talked about. Those people that want to get the roadmap can get it. Let's wait 15 minutes. In the meantime, I hope you understand the power of this roadmap and don't walk away at that deal because the price is going up. There you go. All right, Jonathan, I'm going to take a break myself. I've been talking nonstop.
Thank you, Tom. Be back in 15 minutes.
Hey, folks, if you don't have the roadmap, make sure you take it now. If you don't have it, be sure you take it and get it. You wait till I go to 2,500, that's just crazy. All right, folks, 8 minutes. The roadmap's going off on this sales price at 1,000. What we're going to do is raise the price. So if you want it, the only way to preserve that price is say, I want it at that price, put your name and email and phone number in here. We'll work with you to get it paid at that price, but we're going to raise the price on the roadmap software. Too valuable to give away at this price, but I'm going to do it one last time. Okay? So if you're listening to me right now, you better take this price or pay 2,500, your choice. I'd rather you pay 2,500.
All right, about 5 minutes before we go live again with Tom. Hey, Krishnan. Hey, Leon, we got you down for the roadmap software. Thanks for coming through here. Krishnan and Leon got you down. Hey, Andres. Good to see you here. All right, folks, last time we'll show this slide today, or maybe at the very end we'll show it again, but get the roadmap today. It's Tom mentioned price is going up to 2,500. We got it down to 997 today for the first year. So go to dtitrader.com/roadmap. And Tom will join us right now. Hey, Tom.
Yeah, I want everybody to understand something. To make the roadmap work, it has a lot of people associated with it. And the reason I wanted to mention it today is because if you get the roadmap, okay, if you get the roadmap, you got the foundational software that I use. I mean, stop real quick and think about it. I put you in the 12 or GDX, right? It's up 50 cents since I put you in. So you can buy the stock also. You realize that, right? Rather than an option. I focus on the options because a lot of people don't know. They got to do, if you do options my way, you make money. But a lot of people don't know what they're doing in options. So I try to guide you on options. But the stock, if I give you a buy signal, like on NVIDIA or on GDX off the roadmap, you can also buy the stock. You realize, does everybody realize that you can buy the stock? I know everybody focuses on options. I do too, but the stock should go up based on the analysis that got me to buy the option. And a lot of people miss that point. For example, you bought some shares, you'd be up 50 cents and probably going to make more than that if it continues up. But anyway, I appreciate the guys that posted their name and email. Anybody else, if they want the 997 deal, get signed up. If you are a roadmap holder, and your subscription is going to run out, you want to take this offer. So if you don't know when your subscription runs out, probably wouldn't be a bad idea to put your name and email in there. Yeah. Peg said, you're not paying for it. All you're doing is putting it on the credit card, and 30 days working with Tom, it'll be paid for. Carol says, I guess we ought to offer it one. Maybe we'll take 3. I hate to do this though, Carol. That's a losing proposition for me to do it that way. She says, what about the lifetime? Carol's so smart, asking those type questions. If I could get into the limit, because I don't like doing the lifetime on the roadmap, I'm not going to do it. All right, so let's get back to the market, Jonathan, see what's happened since we left. Let's go to the, why don't we go to the page? Let's look at the stocks that we think we might trade.
Let's see, where did I have that? Or let's just do it. Let's just rebuild it. DTR page for the Magic 5.
Right.
There we go. That's from the pre-market beginning prints at 7 a.m. this morning up until now. 30-minute opening prices, all except for the ETR line, which is the current price.
All right, so the SPY looks very interesting to me, okay? So let's do a trade on the SPY. Why don't we do a trade on the SPY, Jonathan?
Okay.
Let's go out to March 20th. And let's buy straight out call on March, the 7/17 call on March the 20th. It's got 11 delta, Jonathan, on the spot. That'd be trade number 2.
Okay, SPY, it's a long call expiring March 20th. Buying the 7/17 call, currently 99 or 93 cents, around 93.94. What's your target?
Well, 20% above what I pay. Now, if you can't take a day trade, I want you to sell. If it gets to that price, then sell the 720 call against it. Okay?
Okay. Trade number 2 or 3, if you, depending on how you number them. Third trade time is given today.
Diamond, what are you gonna get out? $14?
Yeah, that's about 20% higher. We could do $1.09 to $1.14 if you'd rather.
Let's go $14.
Okay.
That's 2 trades that we got, right?
That's right. 2 filled trades. Yep.
All right, let's go to the roadmap and look at the mini. Does everybody see that current bar on the E-mini? Everybody see that? That's on the futures, right? Now look at the SPY. Put the SPY in there. Almost the same parallel. And So what I will do, if I don't hit my target, then I will spread this trade against the 120 call and have a spread. That's why I went out that many days. And I'll go up $3, Jonathan, okay? Now, the E-minis at 52. You remember where we were this morning? I said the market was consolidating, and I said 50 was as high, or actually 49 was high. So I went on and bought the SPY rather than wait. That's what motivated me going to do this trade, okay? I mean, the market's a fluid market developing, and so, you know, I'm trying to teach, I'm trying to do a lot of things, but by doing this, I think it's a way for you to capitalize on everything. Okay, so we got a gold trade working, that's at 113. We got the SPY working right now. And this is a trade. Does everybody understand my strategy? I'm legging into it, okay? There's no stop on this. We're just buying it and then we'll hedge it. Because I believe the market will go higher, correct? And then I believe that if it does go higher, then I can spread it, which cuts my risk for taking it overnight down, and I'll make money on the spread. Okay? That's my strategy. John, go to a whiteboard. Let me give my outline my strategy where you can see the big picture here. Okay?
Okay.
Once he gets the whiteboard up there, I'll explain it.
Sorry about that. We're showing. Here we go.
Jean Marie, if you put the SPY on, just wait till tomorrow to set the sell in, okay? Now you can spread it today, later on today, and that's not a day trade for you. Barry, I sure am. I am still holding the pocket puts. I'm going to change those on Friday. All right, my strategy with this SPY is the following. I leg in by buying the straight call. That's a high risk trade to take overnight. Right now, the market's going higher. S&P 6950. The S&P went down to 6930 after we went up on RB3. And so I will stay long this call unless S&P drops below 6930. If it drops below 6930, then I will go immediately and sell the 120 call, make a spread. That's action one. Action two, At 2 o'clock today, RB4, completion of RB4, I will look at this market and either I will take a day trade on it, if I can take a day trade, or I will spread it. If I can't take a day trade, sell into 120 call. So it's a limited exposure while the market's going up. Does everybody understand the logic behind what I'm doing? I'm giving myself every advantage to take advantage of it if I'm a small account, to grow my account with this technique. And I don't want to take a day trade if I got less than 25,000 in my account. And that's what this strategy is. So I'm just trying to explain it as I do it, because it looks to me like we're trying to go higher, but who knows? You got to have a backup plan. If you ever trade with me, people will tell you I'm about 80% accurate. And because I'm 80% accurate, then that's interesting. The next thing that I want to teach you is about a wonderful program that we call Anchor. But before we get there, how many of you, do a poll, how many people understand interest rate and bonds? Do a poll there, Jonathan. Interest rate and bonds.
Okay, one moment.
Buck just made 25% on bonds in our Anchor program. Way to go, Buck. Brad, it'd be 3.720 will be the option you sell. Okay, you want to go to a whiteboard? Let me tell you what they need to know about bonds.
I ain't got this poll going yet, Tom. Hang on just a second.
I'm sorry. Thanks, Jonathan. Guys, you see how I am? I'm thinking about making money, but I'm here teaching you, and I'm sitting there thinking, well, Genesis is about up, and we got a higher reading on the QQQ. Did we buy the QQQ?
We have not bought the QQQ this morning.
Okay. Now I don't want to do everything right now. I want to spread it out over time.
I'm going to go ahead and end the poll, Tom, and share it because there's plenty of people that need to know this information. You see that?
Wow. What if I told you to follow interest rates? Let's go to a whiteboard. Let me give some insights about interest rates. Has anybody heard President Trump say that the Fed needs to lower interest rates? Why is that important? Because interest rates control everything. The bond market is the biggest market in the world. Debt. It's called the debt market. And the way bonds work are bond prices go up if interest rates fall. If you go buy a house, you want interest rates to fall because that's how mortgage prices are set. The housing market right now is out of whack on mortgages because it's too high relative to where the actual borrowing cost is. That's the big point. You don't have to understand those details, but you need to follow interest rates. Now, I've got a program that's so simple to use that you will be an expert on interest rates a year down the road. It's called the Anchor Program. We use TLT, which is an ETF, which again goes up in price if interest rates are falling. But it's easier for people to grasp rather than get into all the stuff inside of bonds. So if interest rates fall, TLT goes higher. Everybody say they understand that concept. Okay. And your mortgages would be less. You went and borrowed money, you'd pay less interest. That's important to know. So let's go look at the roadmap software. Does everybody see how TLT is breaking out right there? Everybody see that? That's telling you that after the speech last night, the market is resetting interest rates around the globe right now. That's what TLT is doing. Now I knew that because I follow bond futures. You said we went to June, put ZB in there. It gets a little bit more complicated, but it's not all that complicated. That's a buy signal on bond. So, Jonathan, anything else I need to cover that would help me to understand bond? I'm just giving the broad-based things here because we're going to talk about our program next. How many people?
Most important parts. Oh, go ahead.
No, what were we going to say?
I was just saying that you covered the most important critical parts of the bond.
Yeah, they can learn the details later. How would y'all like to make money 2 or 3 times a week in a market that is very logical? Jonathan, give it a little hint on how much TLT moves in a day.
TLT, I'll change the roadmap back to TLT. It moves about 60 cents in a day.
60 cents. And during crashes or during market disruption, it's very stable. That's the basis of our Anchor program. Let's do a poll. If I take time and show you the Anchor program, ask who's interested. Do a poll and ask. I know everybody that has Anchor knows they had the fortunate thing of getting in, but let's ask everybody here who has the Anchor. I'm saying I'm in. James says he's in. Joseph says I'm in. Okay, answer this program. Who is trading TLT with the Anchor program? Answer the poll because I want to make sure it's worth taking time and making sure you got a chance to join us. Okay? This is the Anchor program.
Hang on, let me restate the question because I asked a different question. I said, are you interested in how I trade TLT? We got an overwhelming yes, but let me end that poll and restate the question.
Yeah, because if everybody here is a member, I don't want to waste people's time. I don't want to waste my time if everybody's a member.
There we go. That's more clear there. Are you a member of Anchor? Yes or no? We're running about 60-40 here, Tom. I'll just end it and share it with you.
So I got about 26 people.
Of those who answered, yep, about 40%.
Okay, let's go through the slides. We'll go through it. We're not going to play a record. I'm just going to go through the real quick and dirty. Okay. I'm more interested in trading, but I don't want to leave anybody out. Okay. So let's go through the slides. The Anchor program is a stable way. I'm going to make this statement. It's a stable way for you to make money each and every week. I call it an income program. It's based on the concept buying wholesale and selling retail. Does everybody understand? You buy it and then you let the option go into the day of expiration and you make money at retail. Everybody understand that? So if the option is worth 50 cents and you're right on the interest rate, the TLT call, it'd be worth $1 when it expired. Everybody understand that? You pay wholesale because the way Anchor prices, or the way TLT prices, you get a chance to get in at wholesale. And we've got a formula that we use that's automatic for you that makes it very simple. All right, keep going. We have a private Telegram channel that real-time alerts go off. Buck made money. I didn't call Buck and say get into TLT, but the program did. He got in, made money. It's a private channel, easy to read. Now, it actually gives you the exact options to buy. In this case, it says what, John, 89.90 call. Interest price was 80. Notice the trigger price for that call was if you were at expiration date, okay? If you were at expiration date, you're paying 80 cents and selling it for $1. You see why I say buy at wholesale, sell it at retail? Does everybody see the power of that? You have a built-in head start knowing this formula. Easy to set up, easy to set up. It has a trigger price every day after 12. All right. Now, being a founder member, you get all the details inside our strategy guide. You have a members area, step-by-step video, getting into details, but actually, we got a master class that I did that you can watch that sucker and that class is worth more than what we charge for that Anchor program, in my opinion. That step-by-step video will help you, even if you're new. Now we have a class in here getting into details and the wonky stuff inside bonds. Jeff covered that. It's a great class he did. Now, this is for a year at 445. How many people like to put out 445 bucks and get paid 1,000? Raise your hand or say yes, you like doing that. This thing gives you 2 to 3 trades a week if you watch my master class. If you want the simple trades, it's about one a week. But I'd watch the master class and hit it 3 times, okay? So if you want to join Anchor, I'll give you 7 minutes to join. And let me know if you're going to join, because that tells me I was effective making my point about this program. Especially when we get into March and things get real volatile, you want to have something to make some money with in March, because March is always that way. And Anchor is just like stable. Yeah, it works both up and down, Sean. Good question. It's not market dependent. Jonathan, can you show them today's posting? Is it out for today?
Certainly.
Yeah. I'm going to show you how easy it is to read it. Then we'll come back to the slide, let them join. When you come back, I'm going to give them 5 minutes. Let's go showing what it would look like if they were in that room. Now, if you look there, it gives you some key information. Tells you the current price. It tells you where it needs to go to set up. Today, TLT is setting up. And what he gave you, it's got to be over 90 and set up today, 90.01. All right, go back to, it's very simple to read. Everybody read that, how simple it is. And then the option will pop up telling them which option to buy on this particular trade. None of it are day trades, Sean. The day trades have, like the one they're buying today expires tomorrow. No, Friday, excuse me. The one they're buying today expires tomorrow. It'll be Friday. Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Well, Sean, it's about making money. You have to make those calls. You don't think I'm making people money? Just listen to what they'll tell you. I wouldn't be able to teach you anything. Yep. You're getting the real deal here, okay? Yeah, just talk to me later. You're not reading it. They're there. I'll take some time and show it to you. All right. So put a clock up and we'll come back. When we come back, we're going to talk about one of my favorite times of the day, which we call the Genesis time, what it's telling me.
Okay, 5-minute timer. Let me get that going here, Tom. So let's drag it over here.
And Jonathan, I'm going to show it how Genesis, how many people would like to, but anyway, I'll say that before we come back. Give him 5 minutes and then I'll come back. I had a thought there.
Okay, I'll start the 5-minute timer. We'll see you.
Yeah, there's 3 steps. You enter the order, then you set your profit target. You know, like with most trades. But they're not day trades. They're usually happen the day after. Sometimes 2 days. They happen. I like the concept of buying wholesale, selling retail. My desktop, who is that where I can say, I copied and pasted the quote you just put in there. And thanks for telling people that. That's from experience working with me. Mark, thank you, Mark, for typing that in there. Y'all remember me telling you this morning that TNT or NVIDIA was going up today? Anybody remember that early this morning? I know we've been talking about a lot of stuff. I would say being able to put a stock in your hands that goes up $3. Mark, you're right about that. Are y'all glad I'm doing this today? I could be out playing golf. It looks like it's pretty out there. Might be too cold. Yeah, if you want to upgrade, I don't know if Adam put the upgrade price in there. They had it at a discounted price if you want to upgrade. Yeah.
And Tom, anchor just went off. Long.
All right. Well, I'm going to do the anchor trade, then I'm going to come back. Okay. Get in there and make the trade. Get a discount today. Yeah, I love it. That was good timing for anchor, wasn't it? For those people that are joining. If you got any questions, ask me. If you got any questions, I'll put the order in. We'll show you. John, if I got to get it up there.
Show you what it looks like real quick.
Here, I got it real
Try to zoom in, make it easy to see. Anchor trades, one of our favorite trades here.
Well, you were instrumental in building it. Okay, it's going 89.90, expires Friday, right? Love
Right.
it.
Yep. Never trading the same day expiration, so there's never any day trades.
Yep.
Next expiration cycle.
This is great. What timing for people to join?
Great
They did a
time.
big discount. Okay, let's see. It's the 27th, right?
Feb 27 is the expiration. Of course, it's on TLT. Buy the 89 call, sell the 90 call for about 80 cents.
Hold on. I'm doing it right now. Don't confuse me. Oh, yeah. Now I want to explain wholesale versus thing. I'm paying 80 cents for something that's worth $1. Does everybody understand that concept? I'm in, baby. They're very liquid too. That's one thing I like about it, you know? All right. We paid 80 cents, we'll sell it at $1. So 20 cents on 80 cents for a day, okay, is about 25%. Yeah, as long as it's over 90, they exercise each other if it's over 90. The only thing you got to worry if it's like 89 and a half, then you need to get out of it 95 cents. Okay. Thank you, Barbara. Thank you, Sean. Jonathan, how many trades have we made so far?
That'd be 3 fills, counting that one. The long call on GDX hadn't filled yet, but we got 3 filled trades. Debit call spread on GDX.
That filled.
That filled. The debit or the long call, excuse me, on the SPY. And now the TLT call spread.
I put on a slide the links for the roadmap and the links for Anchor. Because at the end of the day, when we get to 2, we have to do some adjustments, all these trades. I want to talk about each of those individually. When I wrap it up to 2:30, whatever time it is.
Okay. Give me just a second. I'll get that happening.
Now, Jonathan, I'm gonna hit you with something I didn't talk about, but what I want you to do is pull the silver wheel out, the track record on the silver wheel, okay? And I'm gonna give everybody a testimonial I just got. That's the reason I'm gonna talk about silver and gold.
Okay. I'm getting the slide ready for the 2 roadmap and Anchor so far. I'll do the silver wheel after that.
Okay. This is from Jim in California. And Jim, if you want to correct me, but this is what I got out of it. I'm a very experienced trader. I joined your entire suite of products called the Medallion. So as an active trader, I've done every program that you have. When you haven't traded the metals market for many years, if I was new, getting started, or just experienced like I am, there's only one person I would listen to when it comes to gold and silver. That's you, Tom. That's a pretty good testimonial, isn't it? Thanks, Jim, for writing that or saying it or whatever. And he just confirmed that was pretty close to what he was saying. So you got an experienced trader basically telling you there's a lot of gold and silver people out there. But when it comes to silver and gold, maybe I'm your guy. And I've got a program called the Silver Wheel we'll talk about. But I want to show you, okay, before we go there, I want to show you the market here during the Genesis time frame and what it's telling us. How many people would like a job that you could make most of your trades from 12 to 2 o'clock every day? You know, just know, hey, there's a lot of money to be made during that time period, right? Well, when Jonathan gets back, let's go to the, yeah, I started this program, 81% accuracy on this program. But that doesn't tell the whole story because most of these winners are close to 25 to 30%. And people tell me they love the way I do it. All defined risk type trades. Not day trading. But they say this is good, okay? So let's go look at a market, and I'm going to tell you the setup today where you'll know what I'm looking at for the wheel. And this trade that I do, John, will be tracked in the silver wheel category, okay? So let's go look, if we can, at First Gold, GDX. Might as well look at it, GDX. Does everybody see that white bar on GDX right there? Everybody see that white bar? And GDX is up about 30, 40 cents, been as high as about 13.05, right, Jonathan? I think that's what we decided, 13.05. Now there's a stock, SLV, put it in there. Jonathan, what is the top of that Genesis bar on SLV?
I've got 82.37.
It's at 82.23, right?
Right.
Now, show them a trade that I did, a long-term trade that I did the 67, what was it, 150? Show them what we paid for that and where it is right today. I think we're up about 500 per contract, if I remember correctly, when I looked at my own. Somebody just said that the long-term is paying for the program.
Well, the 67 150, we got it at about $14 or so, give or take. And if I look at it now, it's about 17, so doing really well.
Yeah, about 300 bucks. If you did more than one, you got 600 there. But anyway, 3 would pay for the program. But how many people would like, I'm here with you today, but how many people would like to be with me every day about 1 o'clock? Let's do a poll on that one.
All right, new poll. Let's see.
SP, I'm looking for 110 on SLV. 110, I'd say 105 to 110, I'm gonna take my profit. So right now, I meet with people Tuesday through Friday because I'm teaching them all ways to make money in the metals. I won't do that the whole year, but I'll do it until I get everybody in that class where they are good. The class, if you want to join the class, it's $900. A fair price for all this time I put in, all the master classes I put in. Jonathan, how long I've been doing it? Got 32 lessons or something, okay? No, the price, Jane, of SLV. SLV right now, if you look at SLV's 82, I think it's going to go up another $25. Timothy says he spends more time with me than he does with his wife. I must be good. So we got 4 people that don't like what I do. Jennifer says, I spend more time with you too. You're driven, huh, to learn. I love that. Wendy too. Man, I got a team of people. I don't want to disappoint you, but here's what I'm doing. Silver is going into a buy today. Okay. And we have a beta price right now. And you can go to dtitrader.com/Will and join 904-706-3532 if you're interested. Now, they got a long recording. I'm not going to play that today. You got the link for the record if they want to listen to it and then get in.
Yeah, I'll get the link posted in just a minute or two, Tom.
Yeah, take your time. Because I'm waiting for silver to go into a buy to be a trade. It's trying to be, Dave asks, is this a continuation day of Genesis? I said, it's trying to be. Okay, Jonathan, let's go to a live market real quick and I'll show him the power of this time.
Okay, live market. Got SLV in that top right chart.
All right, SLV is in the top right chart. I'm going to do a trade on SLV today because I've got information that leads me to believe that SLV is headed up from here, okay? People in the wheel know what I'm talking about. And so this will be a bonus trade in the wheel. We'll follow along. But if you look at the time, Jonathan, can you draw a line from about 11:30 to 2? that time period and showing, we don't know what's going to happen the next hour, but we know to follow. Okay. That is a key time. It's my contention, and I think I'm right about this. If you have Anchor, Silver Wheel, Orion programs, I hadn't talked about Orion, but if you have those three programs, you can make your living off this time period from 12 to 2. That's my contention. If that's what you want to do. Anybody interested in taking that type of what I would call that type of approach to the market where you just show up at 12 Eastern time, finish at 2? Well, you can do it if you got Anchor, Genesis, Orion, so you got 4 programs I put together. The Genesis program is automatic, a lot like Anchor. The Orion program is the same. It focuses on the QQQ. The Anchor program's in bonds. Nice diversification. And the Silver Wheels in metals, another diversification. So you got 4 markets that you can really take advantage of having those programs. And if you got the roadmap on top, you got it. Now it's going to cost you some money to have those programs. But it's worth it because what happens is high probability trades set up during this time of day. Bob, go up a couple pennies and get filled. Doesn't have to be exact. He's saying I'm not getting filled. I said, go up a couple pennies. Going to $1 and works, you're going to get paid. Does everybody understand the point I'm making right here about those programs? I didn't get a yes from anybody. Maybe you didn't hear me. Does everybody understand the point I'm making about those programs? Now, Carrie's been with me a while. Pretty good. Carol just suggested the gold program where you get all those, okay, for a year is the best way to go. Okay. Let's go do a trade on SLV.
Okay, SLV.
And Jonathan, I want you to go out to March 20th and find me a $3 widespread on SLV, okay? And I want to pay $1.
You've got the March 20th SLV, the 8588 3 wide call
Woo!
as $1.
8588 on March 20th, right?
Yes.
This will be trade number 3.
Trade number 4, if you include TLT.
Oh, you got to include, you can't limit it. I'm gonna end up giving them 5 trades then. What'd you say, 8588?
Yes.
Now, where were we selling it? We were so fortunate to pay $1 in nickel for it.
So 20% higher would be about $1.24 to $1.29.
I'm in, so I gotta go set my, where'd you say to get out? Dollar what?
124 or higher.
This is trade number 4.
Yep. Being tracked in silver wheel.
And this will be tracked in silver wheel. You know, when we started today, I said I'd do 4 trades, didn't I? Have I delivered on 4 trades for you? Jonathan, can you do a little schedule there on one page, a summary of the 4 trades we got active, targets?
Sure, give me a few minutes. I'll do that.
Yeah, take your time. Everybody's getting comfortable. Nobody's stupid enough to leave, I don't think. That'll be posted in the silver wheel room, right? Yeah, okay.
Right about that.
Wendy said he's been sick, her vitals are not good, has a migraine headache, but she wouldn't miss this for the world. I can be here, anybody can be. I agree, Wendy. You are a trooper. Yeah, Sean, I'll trade SLV a lot more times before we get to 105, 110, okay? This is just a way to pick up 20-25%. Neil's out shoveling. No, Neil, how have you done today? Got an amount? He's out shoveling snow. I want to see how the Navy pilot can do. See if he can not be task saturated. Let's see how he's done today. Just ballpark, of course. A little story about Neil. Neil came to a class down here. I met him. He's in the Navy, and he's up about 1,300 so far today. Now, 1,300, if he averages 1,300 a day, that's 8,500 a week, roughly about 30,000 a month. No, a peg I wouldn't. I'd stay there. Stay level. It's a great day to do this. And I decided when I saw what happened with the market that I would be willing to, stay with you all day like this. Of course, I want to make sure people go to our summary sheet again, our summary sheet where Shine, go up to 83 cents and see if you get filled. What broker are you using? I got filled at 80, Thinkorswim. All right, we're going to look at, I reviewed the roadmap, made the case that if you leave here without it at that price, you hadn't been listening. I made 4 trades today already. I talked about the anchor trade, which really is a diversified way to play the market. It's stable and very low price of entry. I talked about the metal program, which is the silver wheel. And you saw the track record. We've been doing it about a month. And that's pretty good. Kerry says he's up $7,200 today. Kerry's at a pace, 7,200 today, times 5, 3,500 a week, or 35,000 a week. Kerry's about $1 million trader. Now, Kerry, what do you attribute your success to? I know you got the roadmap. I know you've taken time to come to my small classes. You've been following me for about 3.5 years. You attribute to the fact that you learn a lot. That's pretty strong. He said, I took every offering that Tom offered at DTI. That tells you something. Now, Kerry, you had a little trouble when you started, not with me, but you had trouble, didn't you? You bought some stuff you didn't do very well in, didn't you? Remember that? I got on the phone with him, said I could help straighten it out. I think I did what I said. About 3.5 years ago when I got on the phone with Kerry, helped him. So I asked a simple question that a lot of people don't ask. Hey, what's your goal? Tell me your goal. I think that's important to learn. When you're trading like we're on. Everybody's got different goals. I've been trading so many years. All I got to do is hear your story. find out what you're trying to accomplish. Jennifer's goal is to get down with me one-on-one. Don says my lessons are so important. He puts a monitor and keyboard so he doesn't miss a thing. All right. We talked about the silver wheel. We talked about anchor. The next thing I want to talk about, because that's going to be my next trade, is how would you like to have an automatic delivery machine to trade the QQQ? Anybody interested in something like that? I mean, just puts it out there for you. So Jonathan, why don't we go to Orion and let's pull something out of Orion and let me talk about what it's put out there for people. Orion is a program that I put together to take advantage of trading the QQQ. Now, it's an active program and it's one that everybody's raving about because it does everything I do, except it does it automatically for you. I think it's sort of replacing me a little bit.
That's not true. Here's what it said today, though, just a moment ago.
All right. Why don't you read it to everybody, see what it said?
It says Orion QQQ long alert.
Long. Oh, right. Okay.
It said buy the March 26.33 call and sell the March 26.36 call. Around $1, just like you like. Targeting $1.19 to $1.24.
All right, so let's set that trade up. Let's set that trade up.
Okay. I would show you my Tasty Trade platform right now, but something has gone awry. Let me relaunch Tasty Trade.
Yeah, take your time.
Okay. Tasty Trade. Let's see, it said March 20th. It said buy the 633 and sell the 636. As soon as this platform loads in all the data, I can do that. I just relaunched it. There we go. There it is, right around $1.
All right, so it's the QQQ, March 20th. What is it, 6, what is it?
633, 636.
Well, it is right around $1. Does it say where to sell it?
$1.19 to $1.24.
Yeah, $1.1924, and then that's pretty good stuff. I put the order in, Jonathan. That'd be another trade.
Trade number 5 or 6, depending on how you look at it.
All right, the next thing I'm going to teach you is why what Sean just said is wrong. He said, these out of money trades look rough to me here, but I'm here to learn. So let me teach. Jonathan, let's go to Do you have an explanation of what delta is?
I don't have that prepared, but we can easily explain
Let's
it.
just, why don't we do it just off the top of my head? First question is, what is delta? Delta is a percentage. It could be delta 10, delta 20, delta 30 of an option, how much it's going to move if that particular underlying goes $1. For example, if the QQQ, which is currently trading, let me give it to you. QQQ right now is trading 615.62. Okay. So if it's moving $1, in other words, goes up $1, and you have a delta 50, and all the brokerage platforms give you these delta numbers. You don't have to calculate it by hand anymore. Okay. Then, and you pay $5 for that option to tie it into that expiration date, how much will it go up? $0.50 added to the option price that you pay. Now, if you pay a delta 50, you got a higher price option, right? Everybody got that? But if you get in at $1, you can have 5 options at $1 versus 1. And if it goes up on a delta 10, it's going to go up 10 cents on that dollar. So that option is going to go up 50 cents. 50 cents to $1 is a 50% return, Sean. That's why I like $1. Same thing works up or down. So knowing delta, you have less exposure because at $5, you lose $5, right? That's why I like these type spreads. It's mathematically in your favor to trade this way. Hence, you might say, hey, that's why Tom trades that way. I sort of weave myself around on that, right? Did that explain, Sean, why I use what I do? I used to think the way you're thinking. But all I care about, if I put $1 up, I want to get the highest return possible for the risk I take. No, I don't have to wait for anything. I just need the stock. He says, I just need the stock to move $1, and then I pick a delta during the time frame I'm looking at. I've sometimes used delta 10, sometimes I use delta 50. It depends on what I'm dealt with. Okay. Now we've been growing pretty hard since 10:30 this morning, haven't we? Jonathan gets a little grouchy if he doesn't get to eat something.
I was just thinking, I'm getting hungry. Read my mind. That was funny. It
I
is
read
that.
your mind, didn't you? Yeah, I'm getting a little hungry. Let's take, who would come back if I take a 30-minute break? All right, let's take a 30-minute break and come back, and then we'll make adjustments on every trade. And then I want you to think about something. Put this poll up there. Who would like to trade with me face to face? Who would like to come to Ponte Vedra Beach, Florida and trade with me face to face? Put that poll up there. When I come back, we'll talk about that. John, if you can't do a day trade and you can't, don't put a sell in today, okay? Wait till tomorrow to put your sell in. All right, Jonathan, put the thing. Who wants to trade with Tom in person? And then we're going to put a clock. We'll be back at 1:45, halfway through RB4. We're going to review the market when we come back. We'll have a major review, everything I covered. And I got a real special offering when I come back. Jean Marie, don't do anything. Don't put any profit in. I'd rather just keep you to the sideline. I'm waiting for the clock to show and I'm going to leave.
Hey, Tom, I was just letting that poll fill up a little bit. I'll end it and share the results with you and then post a clock. About 25 minutes. We'll see you then.
Hey, folks, give me about 4 minutes to do a video, and then I'll be right back, okay? Jonathan, about 4 minutes.
Okay. I'll throw up another timer. Should have gotten filled on your GDX call, by the way. Long call for $1, or not $1. What was it, $1.45 or $2.45?
Hey folks, it's afternoon. We're finishing up our marathon training. I got 1 hour left, but if you missed the first half a day, you missed a lot. And we got the links for you if you want to watch those, but I'm gonna be live for the next hour. I'll get started in about 5 minutes, but we got about 5 or 6 trades you ought to take a look at. I think they'll grow your account. So I wanted to put this short video out there. I thought about it. We just took a break and we're coming back to finish up. So
Hey, as I always say, I'll see you on the flip side. It's going our way today.
Jonathan, what's the link for this this marathon trading?
Let's see. Adam would have posted it earlier today. Let me go grab it and I'll repost it.
I need it because I'm sending out a video right now. I need the actual link. DTI Trader /live or something?
Yeah, dtitrader.com/live. Yep.
DTI Trader. .com. Yeah, I was trying to get that link before I sent the video out, and I saw my video playing here. Did you play? I guess you played the video. Can you hear me?
I did play the video.
Yeah, I thought you did. Yeah, I saw the video playing. I was trying to I was going to get you to give me the link for it, you know, for those rooms, and then I saw it playing there. I said, well, it ain't bad. All right, so before we get started on the trades and the adjustments we need to make, I want to open it up and let you ask me any question that you might have. I'd like to do that next, okay? Because you've been a great audience, and I just want to try to maybe give you some insights or help you out. So why don't you just type if you got any questions at all. Jim T, I called you. I got your voicemail. Give me a call at the end of this, will you? Does anybody have any questions that you can think of you'd like to know? Peg asked, should all the futures contracts be traded after 9 at night or after 5 a.m. Eastern time? Yeah, I think those are two real good times, Peg. After 9 o'clock at night, that way you've got the Nikkei and the Hang Seng market trading. It's a better trade after 9 o'clock at night. That's my experience. If you miss it, then you can get up like I do every morning early at 5. There's a great trade, a couple great trades there in the morning at 5, like this morning, for example. I was long the micro E-mini and the NASDAQ and silver. I was long a lot this morning. Morris asked, is there an NVIDIA trade tonight? Yes, Morris, there is one. There's a great trade tonight. Yeah, the Magic 5. Jonathan, go into TNT room and let's just show people what I do there in the TNT room. You just go through those first steps in the morning. Let me explain it.
eBuzz talking trade.
This is a 24-hour room that I have that I will make posting and trades inside. It's something I started about 2 years ago, and people love it and everything. But the very first thing I post every day, that very first thing, can you blow it? Yeah, do that.
Well, we're trying to get it to show. There it goes. There it goes. Hang on a second. That should look better.
Okay. If you look there, does everybody see the E-mini this morning at 60? What is it? 69.14. Okay. It tells you a couple things like there. It's been as high as 17 when I took the picture, and the midpoint at the time was 69.04. My pivot number today was 69.02, right, Jonathan? We'll see in a second. But if you'll look down the right-hand side for each of these markets, does everybody see the NVIDIA midpoint there at 90.69? And so NVIDIA was one of my magic 5 this morning. I said, buy it above 192.55, okay? And you could have bought the stock. You can't buy options on NVIDIA that time of morning, but you could have bought the stock there. And it just gives you an overview of each day at that time in the morning. What's the next thing I posted?
Let's see. Said your magic 5 and 2 postings here. First, NVIDIA above 192.55 with a reminder that there's earnings for the stock.
Okay.
Close.
Yeah, it was. And just for your information, you have my TNT. Whoever makes the first slot is usually my first horse I'm going to trade. And I wanted to trade NVIDIA early today because based on my watching the stock trade for the last 2 days, I thought NVIDIA would go up. And I thought I got in this morning with the stock. Then I got into options after we opened. I've had a great day in NVIDIA. And you could have too, using my Delta philosophy when you see that. Because if you see NVIDIA there, anywhere from a Delta 10 to a Delta 50, you could have bought NVIDIA options this morning. And we'll go check those out in a second and just take one about 8 to 10 days out there and see what you would have done if you would have listened to my strategy for these magic 5. Everybody understands. If you don't trade the stocks that I post at that time of day, you can use options at that time of day. But notice what I gave you this morning in there. NVIDIA, QQQ, SPY, GDX, and SLV. Those numbers you see out there are pivot numbers for those stocks, meaning once they get above those numbers, they're open. Open to either buy the stock or wait to 9:30 and buy options on them. Does everybody give me a yes if you understand that simple concept? Very valuable, these 5 stocks. All right, what else did I post?
Let's see. Pivot 6902.
Now, the pivot number I gave you, 6902, was where I thought as long as the market was above that, we were going to go higher. Okay. And so if you go look, we opened last night at 6,900. We were still trading above that number. And I said, we're bullish after the State of the Union. I think we're going to go up and test 69.38. What's the next slide I posted?
That was your moneymaker posting.
I notice I've got 69.38. So basically what I'm telling you at the time is that NVIDIA, I'm not using that as an example, if the S&P would go to 69.38, where would NVIDIA go? Look over here, it says 195.45. You see how to make money using that tool? That's why you need the roadmap, or you ought to be in TNT, one of the two, and you can just see how valuable this is. So I gave you ways to make money this morning. All you have to do is know the steps. Step 1, buy the stock, or step 2, wait to the option. So you could have bought an option this morning on NVIDIA at the get-go, and my analysis would have made you money. Does everybody understand that? That's so important. I think people lose that, Jonathan, how valuable it is, this posting. They got it way before they need it, but they got it early in the morning. They sleep into 6:30, but it's there. So that's the thing you want to look for. My money maker will give you support and resistance and all bets off numbers at the same time. All bets off numbers, that lower line. So what else did I post?
Some key news in the markets here.
Yeah, I survey. I've got this link It gives me trending analysis. In other words, what Wall Street's talking about, okay? Now notice what it says over there, trending news. Stock index futures higher ahead of NVIDIA result. Another confirmation that the S&P was going higher. It made the top spot on trending news. Other people were seeing what I was seeing. I'm talking about traders. And they were saying, hey, the stock index is going to go up and challenge the opening of February. We're going to go positive for February. This is so valuable, what I select to. So now you got a way to make money. Is there anybody here not a member of TNT? All right, keep going. What else did I put?
You said ES is in a buy signal on MTI. You said
Yeah, go to that.
What's your big
So
point?
this is a MTI program, and if you look, everybody see that green arrow there? It's confirming what I had thought, and I just gave everybody a view of it that time in the morning. Was that helpful for? Let me ask my members. Was that helpful for me going that extra step this morning, where you could see the picture? They say a picture's worth 1,000 words. Yeah. So I was basically saying, get long if you're in my futures stuff. Get long. Okay, keep going. What's the next thing I posted?
Let's see. Next up, you said NVIDIA also with an early buy signal.
Yeah. See that green arrow? That's simple enough, isn't it? Buy NVIDIA. What else did I post? Anything else?
GDX early buy signal.
Yeah, look at this. Wouldn't you like to got in GDX at 110.5? Now it's at 112.40. Folks. And you don't have to get up when I get up to get this. You just got to look at it. If you don't want to trade it in the pre-market, you want to look at it before 9:30. I do this every day. People that come in person and meet me go, Tom, one of the most valuable things you do is your TNT room. All right, did I do anything else or was that it? Then Chuck comes in after I post, and he'll post a bunch of good, post my video of the day. Oh, I talk about winds of war. I said, we got a small window of up move here. And I'm basically saying by Friday, that window is going to close as we go into the weekend. Okay?
And Tom, just a quick aside before I put anything together, I read this because this is my research early in the morning.
That ought to tell you something. Chuck's been with me a lot of years. He's piggybacking off what I'm giving him because he knows it works. He wouldn't put his name out there if he didn't. Way to go, Chuck. Way to say that. All right, keep going. I think I said something else. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe that was it. Then Chuck takes over. Oh, this is posted. I want to show you something. Look at the QQQ and the SPY. Read those numbers, Jonathan. What are they? For the SPY.
The SPY was 689.42.
All right, the SPY is at 689.42. Wouldn't you like to know? Would you like to know to get long the SPY a lot earlier than when I gave you the trade this morning? Right there, 689.42. And the QQQ, the same thing. 610, 16. QQQ right now is 616. Folks, I go crazy when people's not a member of this. I do this every day. Yes, it's $2,000 a month to be a member. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. It's $200 a month to be a member. You can cancel anytime. Put the link in there in case anybody wants to join. As SP just said, it is a steal. It is a steal. Now, if there's any more questions, I saw somebody, a couple of people, John, you typed a question in there. I didn't really understand it. You want to retype it for me and I'll answer it. And somebody else type something. Anybody else is going in there? I saw him, but I wanted to finish my thoughts on this. Any other questions? John, or I know John typed something. Anybody else type something? The April 17th, 84.89 credit call spread. Jonathan, do we have that open right now?
Let me see here. Yeah, that's a hedge against our 150 watt or 100 watt, whatever it was.
Yeah, we'll stay in it, John, because it's tied into the bigger trade. David says, even if you have a small account, TNT will pay for itself.
Hey, Chuck, you want to say a few things about what these reference bar postings you do are?
Yeah, Chuck, why don't you talk a little bit?
Well, the reference bars, I mean, we know what the reference bars are, right? We look at certain times throughout the day that tend to have a greater influence on what follows. And we want to get the open there. That's kind of the starting point, but more importantly, that range, that high and that low. So when you look at RB2 this morning at 69.15.75, and then you come into what the market looks like as you're punching through, and I'm gonna take a quick glance over at my roadmap. One of the first things I noticed, Tom, is the next reference bar even higher. So we're building on the information. And I think that's really the key thing with these reference bars. Let's get this grid and see how we're building into it. So you can see reference bar 3 here, the high of 69.49. You've kind of established the bullishness of the market from what you were posting this morning. And then the reference bars carry that through. Where are we trading right now? The answer is above 69.49, right? So the market is pushing higher. Now, our next reference bar, which is not posted yet, I'm trying to get that typed up, but taking a moment here to talk to you guys, we're looking at the next reference bar high being 69.56. And guess what? We've already gotten higher than that. So it's building momentum
Yeah,
step
it's
by
a
step.
continuation day. Somebody asked me that question earlier, and that has to do with Genesis. But I asked Chuck to post this in there because it saves me personal time because I can go, if I'm out and about, I can come look at the last reference bar and have the exact numbers. If you, like he's saying there, E-mini is, it opened in 53. Now we're higher than that. We're 58. We're going higher.
Well, the other thing it does, Tom, is it keeps me attentive on the market. Like one of the things that I'm not much of a gold and silver trader. I know you are. They've been in a technical halt for the past hour or so, and we're going to resume trading in just a moment here. So we'll see if
There's
that
more to
kind
that
of brings,
story, Chuck. I'll elaborate it on tomorrow.
yeah.
It
But
has
it
to do
brings
with
the
delivery of the March contract.
right. But the main thing here is we're going to get that up and moving again, and that might be another push in the market. So keep an eye on it.
Yeah. Anyway, if you want to join TNT, you do it. Yeah, 7 to 10 days is a good time frame of using deltas because they're usually pretty quick trades. Okay. All right. So we had a poll, Jonathan. Did anybody would like to come trade with me face to face?
81% said, yeah, they can make a trip down to Ponte Vedra.
Well, all right. Well, let's talk about something, okay? Little history. When I was in Mobile, I had a building there, had a classroom with 25 people, okay? In that classroom, we filled the classes up, and I could fill it up 4 weeks every month, but I had 1 week we'd take off. So we had about 3 weeks of solid people flowing into Mobile, Alabama, 25 at a time. And I sold my building, moved to Ponte Vedra. A few years back, people that been with me, who's been with me over 6 or 7 years? Anybody here today that's been with me over 6 or 7 years? Came to Mobile? John has. So John, thanks for signing up for Gold. Kelly told me that. Morris been with me so long, he helped me design the room. Anyway, we had a classroom. Anyway, so people kept pushing me, said, Tom, will you have a class? I said, I don't know if I want to do that anymore. That's a lot of work. I'm a trader. I'd retired, going on. But then people pulled me and got me to do it. So about 2.5 years ago, I started doing small classes. Hey, Rhonda, but she knows more about water than any person in the world. If you got any questions about water, okay? But anyway, people started pushing me to have some of these classes. I said, I tell you what. So I decided to have classes where I would get in front of you for 2 days. The next class is in April. We have 1 spot open there in April. Sawgrass, we have a class open there June 2nd. And you can take, that's the only class, if you want to take it online, you can take it online. That's May 31st. I just opened up this class July the 20th and 21st. And I always give priority to people that come to April if they want to come back for the July class. And I always give priority for that. But in September, I'll have another one, October and December. But let's focus, if we can, on the futures class in July, okay? And it'll be sold out because a lot of people coming to Sawgrass will piggyback and take those spots. The problem is I'm only taking 8 total people in a class. Well, how does it work? The way it works is that you come here, we spend those 2 days together, and I trade and teach you about futures face to face. But I also have an online futures program that was a piggyback to give people more training on futures where they could stay current. And we'll talk about that in a second. But anyway, let's focus on July 20th and 21st. Jonathan, go to a slide and I'll tell you what to type. Just a blank slide. The July futures class will be in person. We will have 8 people max in that class. We have it here at Ponte Vedra Plantation. That's where I live. Great clubhouse. And oh heck, I didn't even get to the second line. Jonathan, we have a sign up for that class right now. So we only got 7 left now. That's how these classes are. I could fill these things up every week, but I got it spaced out because number one, it's a lot of work. I teach you more in 2 years you can learn. My promise is, write this down. I will teach you more in 2 years in 2 days than most people can learn. And we follow up, we do a lot of stuff with the class, okay? And we trade live. I'm not gonna sit there for 2 days without making money. I thought Carol was here. She's a prime example. She listens very intently if I talk about trading. There's a reason. She makes a lot of money listening. I don't know if she wants to share with you how much she's up this year, but Joe Lisa's another one. He just got here on 1-on-1. So we trade live and I teach. But the beautiful thing about the futures class, if you sign up for this class, you get a $1,500 bonus. The $1,500 bonus is you get to take 52 weeks in my futures online training if you sign up. Do you make any money in that? Now you think about it. Do you make any money? Just ask people to take those spots in there. It's online. We meet every Monday night. Every Monday night we meet. We got a class curriculum. If you don't know about futures, don't want to trade futures, believe me, you hang around me long enough, you'll learn and trade futures. But I think everybody ought to have a futures account. I came out of retirement to do this. This might be the last year I do it. I'm not sure, but it's a lot. I enjoy it because I get to meet you face to face, okay? Instead of online. So if you sign up for this class, you instantly start the online process now for July. And boy, what a key time to start. Let me tell you why. Go to the next slide. The CME just came out with a new contract on silver. It's a 100-ounce silver contract on futures. I've got a master class that you'll immediately get if you sign up. But here's the beautiful thing. I'm going to show you how every Monday night. Oh, by the way, you only got to put up $2,000 to trade this small contract, but it's very lucrative. I'm going to teach you how to day trade it. I'm going to teach you how to swing trade it and how to trade it through the end of March, long term. Now, I have got a special on the online. I told people if they just want to come online, they can take that. We got, Jonathan, you need to get the link for that. I forget the price of that, okay? But my focus is every Monday night. My focus every Monday night is to show you how to make money that week with futures. And we trade a lot of different markets, and I've got educational classes on everything. Pretty cool that we developed this program for people to learn. So, I'm trying to see if I forgot anything. I'm sort of hitting the highlights here, okay? Any of my students here? Okay, Laura says the classes are wonderful. Have the opportunity to ask questions about anything with me, and we trade together. She's coming to the April class. Perfect. See you in April. But I want to start and get the July class sold out. So I thought I would do it. Now, the price of the July class is $5,000, but it includes that $1,500 bonus. You get a year's worth of online training with it. And there's no time like now to get started with that, because the silver contract, by the time you get to July, just that one future, and the hot as it is, to really make you smile. So anyway, so for total price of $5,000, you can join today for July. Is anybody here interested in doing that? This is the first time I've told people this, and it's sort of a combination now because you do it. Peg, to take the live classes, do you have a Schwab account? You're there. If you got a Schwab account, you'll get value out of it, okay? So if you got any questions, okay? No, you can't, because we do defined risk trades, Sean. He said, can I lose my house in the future? Not unless you went crazy. If you follow what I teach you, you'll know, okay? That's some nice things y'all typing. But anyway, if you want to come, now's the time to take one of those spots. David started trading the 100-ounce program. He's up $4,100. He thanks me. That's pretty good, isn't it? David Cassidy just said that. So anyway, I wanted to introduce it to you during this marathon. Take one of the spots. Now, the reason I say you need to take one, because they're going to be gone like everything else I put for these face-to-face meetings. Any questions about this? Anybody interested, put your name and email, and I will call you and make sure it fits. I personally will call you. Unless you know you want to come and talk to Kelly, Jeffrey, or Corinne. Put your name and email and phone number in here, and I will definitely call you. Yeah, just name, email, and phone number is all we need, and I'll call you. Jonathan, take Sean's number and remind me of that, okay?
Got you down, Sean. And Tom, I got Sean down.
Anybody else want to challenge yourself and see if this fits your investment goals? See, what you're going to learn is worth a lot more than the price of that ticket. All right, Bob, this is what I'm talking about. Once I let people see this, they'll be gone. See, this is not a hesitation thing. This is not a hesitation. Debbie, I'll give you a call because you got priority. You know why you got priority, Debbie? Because you've been once. I'd love for you to be there. James, I'll call you. Put you. Oh, okay, yeah, no problem. We'll talk. Any other names would like a call about this class in July? I got a whole plan for you if you do. No need to wait till July to come. Time to make some money before you get here, the way I look at it. Miles, be sure to put your name and number. Are you getting these numbers?
Sure am.
All right. If everybody that expressed interest, that class is gone. Last chance, you want an equal chance to those people that were brave enough to put their name and number there. Smart. Jonathan, we'll come back, review all the slides, but next thing I'd like to do is go back to the market and look at these trades, start making adjustments. Because it's after 2. Hey, Miles. Kelly, are you here? Kelly? I wonder if Kelly's here. John Toole would like a call, Kelly. I think he wants to come to that class.
I'll let Kelly know.
Okay. I'll hold one position for him. It gives us about 4 left. So. Okay. All right. If you look at the markets going higher, well, you do that already, right? So let's go look at our trades and check our trades out. Okay. Make any adjustments we need to make.
Okay, trade 1.
I can't see it.
I'm going to call it out. Ticker symbol is GDX. Expiration was March 27th. It was the 116-119 call spread in at $1.15, and the current price is about $1.10.
Pete, I'm going to call you myself, okay? I'll call you. Okay. All right. GDX. My date is March 27th. Do I think gold will go up and pay me? Yes. Okay, so let's go look at GDX on a daily basis. I'll tell you why. On the roadmap. We'll just do it trade by trade. A little slower that way, but they get more out of it.
Yeah, let's see if I've got a GDX chart loaded in somewhere. I have to wait just a moment. I have to wait just a moment, not very long at all, for this refresh manager to go blank, and then I'll load in a GDX chart. All right, here it is. 30-minute chart, GDX.
Put a daily up.
Daily chart, GDX.
Okay, that's good. And we got a spread, right?
We got a 116-119 call spread for March the 27th.
Perfect. I like it. Stay with the trade. All right, let's go to the next one.
Next is a March 13th expiration. Ticker still GDX. It's a 119 long call that was filled during the lunch break.
All right, we need to spread that one at 122 right now.
Did you say right now?
Yeah, right now we need to spread it.
Okay. EDX update. Did it cancel a target on the March 13th? 119 call and sell to open. A 122 call against it.
What will be our net after we do that and just set a target on the spread?
The 122 call is about $1.70 or so. This price is jumping around, so see what you can get filled at. Or probably more accurately marked around $1.60 to $1.70. Probably around $1.60.
Just do an approximate here, because we've got to move on. What's the approximate net?
Just traded $1.60, so that would be $2.45 minus $1.60. 85 cents there, Tom.
All right, take profit at 99 cents on the spread, good cancel.
You said 99 cents.
Yep. Now, folks, that's what I was talking about, is that I always have a plan with every trade I do. At the time, I was trying to get in on this particular trade, make a day trade. It didn't work out, but I still like the trade. So I have enough time to go on the expiration, and I just spread it, let it cook. All right, what's the next trade? Jonathan, did you hear me?
That was, excuse me, I've been muted. My apologies. That was trade number 2 on the screen. SPY, long call, March 20th. Bought the 717 call for 94 cents. And the current price is about $1.06.
All right, so we're up roughly 10%. Everybody get that, right? You got a couple choices here. If you can day trade, you might want to take it. If you can't day trade, you want to spread it. And so we'll spread it to the 720 call. How much can you sell that for? Unless they want a day trade.
The 720 call is currently 70 cents.
All right, 70 cents. We paid what, 94?
Yeah.
That's a good deal. We'll be net in this position. What? $0.24? 3 wide spread? Is that right?
Yeah, that's right.
Anybody want to make 100% or close to it? Put a good to cancel order at 44 cents.
At 44.
That's what I'm talking about. How you like that one? It's gonna be ashamed of yourself if you didn't take me up on one of these special marathon offers now. Jennifer, Jean Marie, you can sell the 120 call. Yes, that does not create a problem for you. Make sure the strike price is 120. And put your order to sell tomorrow. Don't put it today. All right, Jonathan? You know, when people tell you they don't pay for my services, and that's what they say after being with me a while, because I'm going to figure out a way. I get a kick out of making the uneducated traders out there pay for your education. We call it scholarship. So no matter what you do with me, all you got to do is let me know if you're able to follow everything. We'll bring you along. You'll get where you want to be. That's why people stay with. That's why Morris been with me 20 years. As an example. All right. You let me know when you're ready, John. I don't want to rush you.
We did the SPY just now, the TLT trade. Let's see what that's doing. That's nothing.
But we're not going to do anything there. It's fine.
Yep.
That's tomorrow.
SLV is next then. SLV March 20th. 85.88. Call.
Nothing to do there because I already got it spread.
And finally QQQ March 20th.
What'd they do there?
633. That was the Orion trade. 633, 636. That's spread, risking $1, targeting $1.19 to $1.24.
Nothing to do there. Anything else?
That's it.
Well, let's take a 5-minute break. If y'all think of anything, any question, when I come back, I'm gonna go through all these slides one last time and we're gonna wrap it up. Yes, Jennifer. The pocket puts will be changed out Friday for some more pocket puts. Donna, he's got 44 cents. That's about 100% profit. Right, Carol. What I mentioned on silver was the H contract on Friday has a delivery issue. Jean Marie, you type in SPY and then you go sell the bid of the 720 call. And that should give you a spread. Skip says, did they run out of silver? They did on the 27th, Skip. John, put a poll up and see if everybody here really got everything they were looking for on the marathon.
All right, new poll. Let's see.
Peg is a member of the marathon group. Says they're always good, learning so much and making money. Under promote it and over deliver every time.
There's a new poll. Did you get the value you expected today, or did you get even more?
Yeah, answer that poll for me. All right, Jonathan, I'm going to come back, and you said 5 minutes, right?
Yeah, I'll start the timer here any minute.
Hey, here's a question. Did I overwhelm you, meaning I gave you too much? Say yes or no. Was I slow enough to make sure you got all the key points? Yeah, the first thing, if you've never done anything with me, the best thing to do is do the roadmap software and then add TNT. Those two things get you, that's a good starter for you. All right, Jonathan's preparing a little something, then we'll finish up. But I know that I told you in the meeting, David said, join TNT immediately. Don't go another day. It's costing you money. Thanks, James. You know, the beautiful thing about it, NVIDIA's coming out with earnings after the close, and I will be back at 8 o'clock tonight, okay, for my weekly wrap up. And but I think you saw a lot of different ways to make money, and you know the whole thing is get knowledge and education, right? And I mean, it's worth a lot of money to know about NVIDIA early, wouldn't you say? So the CME, this is what's so big. They launched this 100 ounce contract. I think, depending on if you learn there's 3 phases of what I'm going to train on this. First phase is how to day trade it. The second phase is how to trade it on a swing basis each week. And the third phase will be able to how to take a position. This is really a more efficient way to trade silver in this bull market with this 100 ounce contract. Gwendolyn, I would probably step out and take the money on NVIDIA because it can go either way after earnings. I think it's going to probably go higher, or maybe you take some of it off. I don't know. It's your choice. You're asking me to put myself in your shoes at 5 o'clock, and I don't know whether the stock's going to go up or down after earnings. So if I was you, I'd look at the money and say, this is pretty good. I can always get back in tomorrow. Caroline, the 100 ounce class starts Monday. Okay. But anyway, if you can't come in person to my face-to-face class, or you would like to check me out for the next 90 days, then you'll be given temporary membership in my Futures Plus education, where I meet on Monday night at dtitrader.com/futures. Within 90 days, if you want to upgrade it for the full year, I'll count the money you spend. Is that fair? In other words, I'm saying if you're unsure, why don't you join the online version for the next 90 days and see how valuable it is, and then you can decide then whether you want to upgrade. So I gave 90-day access for $4.99. Does that make sense the way I did that? That way, you know, you might be saying, I don't want to trade futures. Then you find out, hey, this is less risk than trading stocks. The way Tom does it. Then you say to yourself, I'm glad I paid $4.99. I made $3,000 in that 90 days. You see where I'm going? But then you say, Tom, I was so impressed with your 90-day class, I decided to upgrade for a year. And then you say, hey, I decided I want to come in person. And then you see, we got a spot for you. Come in person. And then when you make all that money, you'll say, hey, Tom, what's this one-on-one you have? And I'll introduce you to that. That's the ladder. Here's the stepping stone. Let you try and check me out. See if I'm as good as they say I am. I can tell you the answer, but if you sign up, you tell me. I like teaching this because it's fun to teach, see people's eyes get wide. Man, I just made $300. And I didn't even know how to spell the word silver last week. Anyway, sign up for the $4.99. Don't leave today without taking this off. Okay? $4.99. Tell me if you're going to sign up for this and try me out. If I don't deliver, what I'll do, I don't have a refund policy here, but what I'll do, you let me know in 30 days whether it's what you thought. If it's not, I'll just give you your money back. How about that? Is that a month's worth of training for free if you want to take advantage of me? Yeah, if you're in, yeah, go look at anybody taking me up on this offer. I'm going to pull it if nobody takes me up on it. I can only do so much. I didn't want to do this, but I was trying to help you. If you don't want to take it, that's fine. Anybody taking me up on this offer? Bob says, I took you up on it yesterday. Anybody else? James is taken. Okay, that's one. See if we get 5 people to take this. Don, your membership's up. You better buy this one or I'm going to kick you out. Can't let you free ride on me. He goes, oh no. Caroline's taking me up. Okay, let's take 5 minutes and I'm going to come back and review today. Kevin, why don't you sign up for it? And if you don't get what you need, then I'll give you another 90 days after that issue you have, okay? That's more than fair. I want you to take advantage of it because you can always watch the recordings. We record everything. I'm not sure I'm gonna do the offer again. That's why I'm doing it that way for you, Kevin. Great student. I'll be glad to do that for you if you want to sign up. Thanks, Kev. All right, in 4 minutes, I'm going to come back and we're going to wrap up everything. First thing we're going to do is go to the roadmap. When we come back, see what this market's telling us here at the end of the day. By the way, if you're in futures, I've instructed Adam to go through everybody's subscription. A lot of you need to renew, and so you need to check with Kelly Barber or Jeffrey Ondracker because you're going to be out in left field, and I got a new price coming. So again, if you're in there, check, make sure you got subscription because we're going to kick that room we're in now. We're going to change. You won't have access if you don't have a subscription. Adam's working on it right now. Yeah, check your subscription and make sure because we're getting a new room for futures. It's just too valuable not to do that, okay? Excuse me. I think you're good, Wendy. I think you're good. Jonathan, you ready? Ready?
Yes, sir.
I want to thank everybody for being here. And if we go to our slides and look at our open trades, are all good. If you took care of all those trades, I think you're going to find out we're probably 100%. Or will be when they hit our targets. They look good. All right, so let's go to the slides that we formed with the links. All right, the software is at $9.97. We're in the process of raising the price. Those people that gave us names, make sure you get it done. Jonathan, you have a list of those people, right?
Yeah, I've got a list of the folks that you were wanting to call. Yep, sure thing.
Yeah. Okay, anchor trades. That's a diversification way. It's automatic. We did a trade today in Anchor. Got that one out there. Silver Wheel. We did a bonus trade in Silver Wheel today. And you can hit that link to get more details about Silver Wheel. Orion Alerts is an automatic analysis, interpretation, and gives you a trade. So for people that like active ideas on the QQQ. T-Buzz Talk and Trade is dtitrader.com/TNT. That's it. Rob, talk to me about that today, would you? If you feel like it, we can talk today. The class I'm focusing on today is tied into July. Click here to sign up. Okay? Click here to sign up. If you sign up for this class, you get a year's worth of online training. The current value is $1,500 for that online training. That's 52 training sessions with me over the course of a year. So you get that as part of your package. No charge for it. It's a $1,500 bonus. $5,000 to come to the class. That's the Futures First. Okay. Everybody got those dates? All right, Jonathan, go to the master sheet again. Master sheet, please. This is our Futures Plus online education. If you can't come in person, can't commit, join this for 90 days. 90 days. If you sign up today and let me know after 30 days it's not for you, I'll give you a full refund. That only applies if you sign up today. $4.99. What a better way to check it out than that offer. Okay, what's next? The master. The anchor trade speaks for itself. Silver Wheel is an unbelievable program. He showed you our first month. That's with silver. Now, I want you to remember this. We made that kind of money with silver dropping from $106 down to $67. Does that tell you how good we are? That's pretty good stuff. Michael, you need $2,000 in your account to trade futures. The Orion alerts is how to trade the QQQ actively. We got it all automatic for you. All you do is sign up, wait for the trade to be teed up. Great trade. T-Bus Talking Trade, I told everybody about it. If you're not signing up for that today, then I think you have no interest in trading. If I was you, if you don't sign up for TNT, I would tell you to follow. Probably ought to go do something else. That is an unbelievable offer to be able to be part of that every day and learn how to trade. I'm serious about that. Goodness gracious. And the last thing, attend the futures class in person, take one of the spots. July will be our next top. We have open spots. Pete Olson, I'll be calling you as soon as I hang up. Any last minute questions for me? It's been a long day. I kept you 12 minutes past my 3 o'clock cutoff. And you can tell we gave everything we had to get you involved with us today. And we put a whole bunch of scholarship money on the line with you if you took the trade. Y'all have a good day. I'll see you next time. Thank you. See you tonight today. Hey, Jim, I called you. Take my call or call me real quick when I quit talking. Thank you, thank you, thank you.